Back above the paddock for race number 2 at Emerald Downs. Happy 3rd of July. Always a big afternoon and evening at Emerald Downs. Many of you fans in attendance, many of us have been here a few hours. Saw some movies on the big screen, some family movies. And it's horse racing time now. And the fireworks spectacular. Just a few hours off. Joe Withy along with John Lindley, with a very nice birthday and U.S. soccer shirt tonight. I got some blue on. Second race, John, is at a mile. It's the Bud Light purse for maiden 3- and 4-year-old fillies. And Tom Harris just announced a rider change. Number 6, Princess Amber, will now have Silvio Amador. Amador aboard number 6 and scratch number 7. And we went a mile in the first race, and that came right down to the final yards.
Yeah, give credit to the winner there. He was pretty far back early, and the pace wasn't all that hot. And, of course, the horse that ran second was game in the stretch and really didn't let him buy him too hard. But the winner, ran to his odds. The public was dead on there. The favorites ran 1-2. And it's unusual for us to see a horse go 48 and kind of got run at the end. But like I said, it wasn't like he really got outrun. The other horse just a half length better. But we'll catch them both probably in a few weeks.
Yeah. There's Smoothie Rider. These are all 3- and 4-year-old fillies. Smoothie Rider is going from a couple of 5.5 furlong maiden sprints to a route race. And her sire, Gigi Rider, he could certainly do the 2-turn thing. This will be her first try around the 2 turns.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, definitely bred to route. The horse was well bet kind of May 16th down to like 5-2-ish and didn't really show too much that day, and then came out again and kind of ran an even race. So it looks like the connection has probably been pointed into the route. Draws the rail, and she has a hint of early speed here. They'll probably be pretty aggressive with her. She gets a big weight break, which is also going to help her.
Yeah.
A lot of positives for her to like routing. We'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, the weight, Talia Taimantois aboard the apprentice jockey. She's getting 8 to 12 pounds from her foes, and the farther you go, the more weight can be telling. So a weight break and the 1 post to save ground, a chance for some big improvement for the 1. Sweet Shop is the 2. She's by conveyance out of a good producing mare, Sweet 40. And this will be just her second start of the year. And
she was well bet in her seasonal debut 4 weeks ago. And in that race, she just didn't seem to handle the track. She was 5 wide around the turn, 7 wide into the stretch. And just one of these horses that I don't think she liked the wet surface. The fact that she was well bet, and the barn does pretty good with layoff horses, tells me she's going to run a lot better on a dry track today. And she certainly is bred to like 2 turns.
Sweet Shop from trainer Kay Cooper with Frank Alvarado aboard. There she is by conveyance. That sire, Blue Ribbon Farm sire, is doing very well at the 2026 Emerald Downs meeting with his sons and daughters. Sweet Shop with Frank Alvarado today. Number 3 is They See Me Do It, a Kentucky-bred 4-year-old filly who hasn't raced since late April, not all that long ago. On pretty decent form down there in Phoenix, John, in 2-turn races.
Yeah, she was running, made an optional claiming races down there, and as you mentioned, ran second on the turf. Now she does have 2 dirt races. In both races she was well beaten, but she didn't run a 3rd and a 4th. However, they were much shorter distances. So looks like she wants to route. Whether or not she wants the dirt, we'll see, but she has a hint of tactical speed also. It'll be kind of tricky to see what the pace scenario is, but as you mentioned, if she can repeat her turf form on the dirt routing, she's going to be pretty formidable.
Yeah, and I believe so as well. George Rosales, our defending training champion, has They See Me Do It in his stable, and Adrian Castellanos aboard. They See Me Do It, stalking closing runner up from Phoenix. Ran a couple of months ago down there. Number 4 is Roxy's Secret, and here's a David Martinez trainee who I think according to your trip notes at emeralddowns.com, free to access, that poor start compromised her chances.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you can ignore her last start. She got bumped around really good at the start, lost maybe a length and a half, plus or minus, and then was really wide on the turn. But once you're a speed horse, which she appears to be, and you get knocked around like that at the start, you tend not to run well. But she actually ran okay. So she's also bred the route, and the fact that she has decent tactical speed in a field where really none of these horses except for her have gone to the lead out of the gate might give her an advantage. I'm assuming the connections will be very aggressive with her out of the gate today.
Yeah, expecting her to be prominent right away. Roxy's Secret, second time Kevin Orozco, he rides for Martinez here on the 4. She had a couple of good seconds in sprints earlier at the meeting, so sprint to route for her as well, like some others in here. Sailing Force is the 5 for Patty Leaney, and she'll have Alex Cruz aboard. She has some route experience from Hastings last year, and she can pass horses. She'd like to get a good pace set up.
Yeah, you look at her form from last year, and she actually ran in a restricted stakes and ran a third there and then a fourth. However, she doesn't have a lot of early speed, so I would have thought moving down to Emerald Downs she would really like it, but she kind of ran an even race. It was okay. The final time was slow, but maybe she just needed a race, and she ran much better figures last year routing. We'll see if she can kind of move forward off this her 5.5 to a mile today.
Okay, she is by Counter Force, that Smart Strike stallion that produced so many good runners up at Hastings in Vancouver. Sailing Force, second start of the year, so a chance for her to move better as a 4-year-old as well. Number 6 on her toes there, Princess Amber. She's going to have leading rider Silvio Amador, and she did run a mile in her most recent, wasn't a rousing success.
Yeah, I thought she'd run a little better there, and she sat good early, but just didn't have anything at all in the stretch, and it was a really slow time, and she was well beaten. Now she's obviously going to have to improve. She's going to be a big price, but at this point she's going to have to turn it around a little.
Okay, and again, she does get our leading rider Silvio Amador up. So a field of 6, scratch the 7, 6 runners in the second race. Again, rolling doubles, rolling pick 3s at Emerald Downs as we look at Princess Amber going to the track for the Bud Light Purse.
The horses are on the track for the second race tonight. It's the Bud Light Purse at 1 mile. A maiden claiming event, purse of $10,000. It's for maiden fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Note the late rider change for number 6, Princess Amber. Her pilot now, Silvio Amador. And a reminder that number 7, Moonrise Serenade, has been scratched. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Second race is 1 mile. Like the first, this time maidens, non-winning horses. A field of 6. Let's head up to Tom.
All right, Joe, in this one, I'm going to go to the 3. They See Me Do It, who's getting all the attention in the wagering here. They See Me Do It. Met some pretty tough maidens down in Phoenix at Turf Paradise. First out for this one came at Mountaineer Park last year. This will be the first outing here at Emerald Downs for They See Me Do It, number 3, Adrian Castellanos on board there. As we see at the starting gate, Sweet Shop is arriving early, getting that breakaway blanket put on. I go 3, 5, and 4 here in the second.
Okay, thank you, Tom. 3 for you. John Lindley.
I'm also going to try number 3. Now, she doesn't have a lot of early speed, and her dirt record isn't great, but hopefully she can kind of outfinish these at the end. She did face much tougher at Turf Paradise. We'll see if her form transfers to the dirt.
I'm with you guys. They See Me Do It. Emerald Downs debut just a couple months after racing down in Phoenix, and some good efforts down there. So we think she can win her first Emerald Downs start. We're all on number 3 in the second.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the second. Field set to load for the Bud Light Purse at 1 mile. Smoothie Rider settled in. Sweet Shop will be right alongside, now going into the gate. That blanket, of course, comes off just as soon as the gate doors open on Sweet Shop. They See Me Do It, the favorite, up to the line, currently even money choice. Now comes Roxy's Secret. Sailing Force, one from the outside to join them. Princess Amber under Silvio Amador. And the second race mile. Once again, Mark Gibson will send them on their way. And runners away. Good start for Roxy Secret, hustled off the mark. Sweet Shop and Smoothie Rider is prompted from the inside. They're 3 in a line up front as they make way round the first turn. And it's Smoothie Rider to set sail on the lead by a length and a half. Tracked by Sweet Shop holding second and neck. Roxy Secret to the outside of that one, a closely placed third. 2.5 back to They See Me Do It, racing next. Princess Amber runs on with a ground-saving trip at the inside, and Sailing Force is perched up to the outside as they head midway up the backstretch. Smoothie Rider takes them through the first quarter in 23 and 81/100ths. Quickly on the outside, Roxy Secret is there to engage now, and those two move as one. They See Me Do It, has room along the inside and is right there, nudging her way into third. Sailing Force up to the outside has been given the go-ahead. There goes Sailing Force. Sailing Force making a bold move from the outside midway around the turn. 48-22 went the half, and Sailing Force goes right to the front now. Roxy Secret in pursuit. Smoothie Rider is back at the rail, and They See Me Do It swings to the outside for her attack. They've just over a furlong to go. Sailing Force on the lead. They See Me Do It grandstand side there to challenge, and Sweet Shop is late into third. The race to the wire. They See Me Do It coming on. They See Me Do It, clear a half to win it. Sailing Force was second. Sweet Shop held third. Smoothie Rider back of that to Roxy Secret and Princess Amber. Running time for the mile, 1:40 and 43/100ths. An official order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the second race tonight. The winner, number 3, They See Me Do It. Second was number 5, Sailing Force, and third, number 2, Sweet Shop. Finishing fourth, number 1, Smoothie Rider. Once again, the running time for the mile, 1:40 and 43 100ths. Second race tonight, the Bud Light Purse. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, They See Me Do It. She's owned by Eliska Kubanova, trained by Jorge Rosales. Back-to-back wins and a double for jockey Adrian Castellanos. They See Me Do It, a 4-year-old bay filly by Tel Aviv. From Soul of Hollywood, she was sired by Perfect Soul. Bred in Kentucky by Andrea Mengucci. And a look at the prices for the second race. Winner number 3, They See Me Do It. $5.72 to win, $2.96 to place, $2.34 on the show ticket. Number 5, Sailing Force was second, $2.40 and $2.10 on the place and show. Third came number 2, Sweet Shop, $2.72 to show the exacta worth, $5.69. The early double 1 and 3 paid $5.41. 50-cent trifecta, $5.44. The 10-cent super, $4.64. Coming up, the third race this evening, the Michelob Ultra Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. For number 1, Storm Harbor, make the jockey Blake Nunley. Blake Nunley to ride number 1, Storm Harbor. Number 3, Tio's Image will carry 2 pounds over. Post time for the third race coming up at 6:02, just over 20 minutes until post time.
Fireworks Spectacular, yeah, July 3rd is here, and it is a great family night at Emerald Downs. Thanks for joining us, and hey, happy birthday, special birthday wishes to Lakota, celebrating his 25th with family tonight at Emerald Downs. Happy birthday to Lakota. So, probably several birthdays out there, John. You know, when you get, 9,000 people, the odds are with it.
You know, it's interesting. There's a math problem. The question is, if you're in a room of people, what are the chances of two people having the same birthday? And it turns out once you get 25 people, the chances are like 80%.
Okay.
So I think you're right. There's probably a lot of birthdays that are.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to our country, too. 250th tomorrow. We have a good race coming up. Some talented 3-year-old fillies, actually 3- and 4-year-old fillies. It's a non-winners of 2 condition here in the 3rd. And this is the start of our jackpot pick 6. Yeah, we have a 10-cent wager, 10 cents at Emerald Downs. You can spend 10 cents and get 1 horse per race over the final 6 races tonight, races 3 through 8. And if you want to use more horses on your ticket, well, it doesn't go up in cost that quickly. It's 10-cent increments. So the jackpot pick 6 starts right here. The carryover just a little bit after Sunday, $1,500. There's a look at Storm Harbor. She had that impressive debut back in May. She's had a couple of races since then, 4th each time. Those were pretty tough fields, so she drops from an allowance into a claimer for Steve Bullock tonight.
And her last race, she chased a super hot pace. I mean, they were flying early, 21-2, 43-4, and she ran an okay 4th. She gets a little better spacing of her races today. She's off about 4 weeks. She draws the rail. She has passed horses in the past, so that's good because there's some outside horses that are pretty quick also. So I think she gets a nice stalking trip today. We'll see if she can come back to that maiden win, as you mentioned. If she can run anywhere like that, she'd be pretty tough to beat.
Storm Harbor by Barkley out of a Harbor the Gold Mare. And note the rider change, Blake Nunnally aboard. Carlo Lopez off his mounts. Blake Nunnally for Steve Bullock on Storm Harbor from the inside post. Field of 5 here in the 3rd. Number 2 is Southern Anton, and she comes out of the Seattle Stakes for the top 3-year-old fillies. That was on June 21st, so just short of 2 weeks ago. Didn't make a big impact in there, but again, those were the best. She did finish pretty well in that final 1/8 of a mile up the inside.
Yeah, when she broke her maiden 1 race back, she got a relatively easy, soft lead with slow fractions and just crushed the field. And as you mentioned last time, she found them a little tougher. And she had been off a little bit, so she's back in against a little easier company. She has passed horses in the stretch. Last year, she almost broke her maiden coming at Del Mar, which was a big effort, and she's going to get a hot pace to run at today. A lot of reasons I could see a lot of people looking her way.
Yeah, the other horses in here like to show early speed. At least that's in their limited races. That's what they've done. Southern Anton certainly can relax behind with Kevin Krieger. There she is. She's a Calbred by Southern Image. Number 3, Tio's Image, is by Summers Image, a different sire than Southern Image. And this is a Blaine Wright runner who looked really good last August, her only race.
Yeah, she drew a favorable outside draw, broke real sharp, took the lead, and drew off to a big win. We didn't see her the rest of the year, and she's getting started in July of her 3-year-old year, but she has a really nice workout pattern, including a 58-2 gate work, so you know she's ready, and she's quick early, as you mentioned. There's some early speed in here.
There she is on her toes. Won her career debut, won her only race. Tio's Image, a Calbred. Silvio Amador rode her to victory last summer. He is up this evening for Blaine Wright. Empirical, her first and only race of 2026 was an impressive maiden victory showing speed.
Yeah, and in that race, she went 21-1, and what's interesting, her stablemate hooked her. They were pushing each other pretty hard, and Empirical put the stablemate away and was able to hold on for a nice win. She draws outside the other early speed, which might be good because she has run from just off the pace in the past and done well.
1, 2, 3, and 5 are 3-year-olds. She's a 4-year-old who raced pretty well last year also. Kevin Orozco's back up on Empirical for Kay Cooper. There's the 4, Carrasco, Sweet Smile on the outside. A Tim McCanna runner like the 2, Frank Alvarado aboard, and she's coming off a maiden win.
Yeah, it was a game maiden win after kind of an even, third in her debut. Now she is meeting much tougher horses and much faster horses, but she does tactically draw well, and she's a Smiling Tiger, and they love Emerald Surface.
Okay, and she is 1 of 5 headed to the track for the Michelob Ultra Purse.
Dan Harrington's call to post for the third race. Third race is the Michelob Ultra Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. Claiming event, purse of $16,000 for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 1, Storm Harbor, now guided by jockey Blake Nunley. Post time in less than 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes to post. Your attention, please. The owner of a black Lexus, Arizona plates RTA 4COA. Return to your vehicle immediately. That's a black Lexus. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead to the 5th race. For number 2, In Without Knockin', make the jockey Blake Nunley. Blake Nunley to ride number 2, In Without Knockin', in the 5th race tonight.
Race number 3 at Emerald Downs, 3 and 4-year-old fillies to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs. A short sprint here, and certainly some promising runners in the field. And note that rider change. Blake Nunnally is aboard number 1, Storm Harbor. Carlo Lopez off his mounts tonight. Let's head up to Tom.
All right, Joe, in this third race, I go to the 2, Southern Anton, with Kevin Krieger to do the guiding. This one checks in, stepping away from stakes rivals to meet these here this evening. Had an explosive maiden win just a couple of races back for trainer Tim McKenna. You take a look at that last race, the Seattle Stakes, kind of got into the race a little late, but did advance territory in the final stages to place 5th in the Seattle Stakes. So I think may have a little class edge coming into this one. I go 2, 3, and 4 here in the third.
2, 3, 4 for Tom, with Southern Anton on top. And according to the dynamic morning line, she'll be a slight favorite over Empirical, who's number 4. John.
Yeah, it's a small field, but I thought it was really evenly matched, and I'm going to try a horse that hasn't run this year, and that's number 3, Tio's Image. She was sure impressive as a 2-year-old. Now, she's been off a long time, but the workouts tell me she's ready, and if she gets out of the gate cleanly, there is other early speed here. Maybe she's a step quicker. We'll see. Call a slight upset in what I thought was a pretty tough field.
Yeah, some strong morning workouts from trainer Blaine Wright for Tio's Image. She's 1 for 1 so far. There's a look at number 4, Empirical, who's 1 for 1 this year. I'm going to go Southern Anton as well, number 2. The other 4 in here like to show early run, and Southern Anton can certainly come from off the pace. She finished well in the Seattle recently against the best 3-year-old fillies and has a nice win over this track this year. So Tom and I on number 2, John's on the 3 in the third.
Thank you, John and Joe. As we get set for this third race, horses have arrived at the starting gate. It's post time for the third. Third race, the Michelob Ultra Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. Storm Harbor settles in. Here comes Southern Anton. Tio's Image next one. Empirical to follow. Sweet Smile on the outside. And the third. They're in the gate. And runners away. Good start for all. Prompted from between horses, Empirical got away smartly. Storm Harbor rushing up to converge from the inside. Tio's Image battling there from between horses. We drop back to Southern Anton racing second last with Sweet Smile on the outside. Less than a half mile away as they rush for the far turn. Storm Harbor is at the inside, Empirical on the outside. They're nose and nose. 3 back to Tio's Image, drifting back in third. Southern Anton 4 off the beat with Sweet Smile, 3 off the rail from the outside. And a quarter mile remains as they run to the top of the stretch. Empirical from the outside. Storm Harbor battles back from the inside. Southern Anton is back third. In deep stretch, it's Storm Harbor on the lead. On the outside, Empirical, Storm Harbor, and Blake Nunnally going on. Storm Harbor to win it. Empirical second best to Southern Anton, Tio's Image, and Sweet Smile. They stop the clock in a minute, 3 and 50 1/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the third race tonight. First came number 1, Storm Harbor. Second was number 4, Empirical. Third, number 2, Southern Anton. And fourth, number 3, Tio's Image. Once again, the running time was 1:03 and 50/100ths. The third race tonight, the Michelob Ultra Purse. Results for the third race official. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, it's Storm Harbor. She's owned by Gold Coast Racing number 4. The winning trainer is Steve Bullock, and the winning rider, Blake Nunley. Storm Harbor, a 3-year-old bay filly, daughter of Barkley, from Harbor the Storm. She was sired by Harbor the Gold. Bred here in Washington by George Gilbert. And a look at the prices for the third race tonight. Winner number 1, Storm Harbor, returns $5.92 to win, $3.36, $2.26 across the board. Number 4, Empirical, $3.80 to place, $2.38 to show. Number 2, Southern Anton, $2.10 to show. Winning exacta, $8.89, rolling double, $19.28. 50-cent trifecta, $6. 10-cent super, $2.11. The early pick 3 tonight worth $8.19. Coming up, the fourth race this evening, it's the second leg of the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series. A distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the fourth race. Post time coming up at 6:35. 23 minutes until post time. Once again, your attention please. If you're the owner of a black Lexus with Arizona plates, RTA 4COA, located near one of the access gates here in the main parking area on the south end of the grandstand, kindly return to your car. They're bringing the tow truck around, so you might want to get down there. Black Lexus, Arizona plates, RTA 4COA. Return to your vehicle at once. You're illegally parked. Race fans, Emerald Downs is giving you a chance to be a star athlete on national TV. All you need to do is wear a T-Rex costume on Sunday, July the 12th. There'll be races for the kids, adults, and seniors. The races will be broadcast on ESPN2 later in the summer. You can sign up today at EmeraldDowns.com. Don't miss the T-Rex races Sunday, July 12th.
Paddock time for race number 4. It's the final leg of the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series. Hollywood Harbor, a horse owned by Jody Peets, ridden by Jose Zanino, still holds a North American record set here at Emerald Downs for 5.5 furlongs. Clark Jones, superintendent of the jockeys room, he might have been looking at Hollywood Harbor's rear end a couple of times on another horse, but Jody has sponsored this series and put in her own cash to enhance this race, so we certainly thank you for that, Jody, and you're going above and beyond, and we've got an outstanding recipient of your generosity, and here is that individual right now. And that was Boone McCanna over outside of Spokane, who operates Down the Stretch Ranch, rehoming, rehabilitating off-the-track thoroughbreds, and combining that effort with veterans who may have PTSD. And Jody Peets, thank you so much for your contribution. I know you're well aware of life after racing for thoroughbreds.
I'm supposed to be the anonymous donor, remember, Joe? We just figured that it's the 250th birthday of the United States, and we should honor our veterans still, not just on Veterans Day, because they help keep our country free, and so hence the $2,500. What a perfect donation to Boone's operation. You're dealing with vets and OTTB thoroughbreds. It's perfect.
It is an outstanding fit, and a $2,500 check is very significant. That's going to go to Down the Stretch Ranch, and Down the Stretch has been a beneficiary of the Prodigious Fund for all their good causes, which you just outlined there. So thank you so much for your generosity. Really appreciate it, and we'll continue the Filly and Mare Series next Friday.
Correct. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Jody Peets, along with Jose Zanino and Clark Jones. That check will be presented in the winner's circle again, and also to the point leaders of this Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series coming up, the trainer and the owner splitting some significant money as well. Thank you so much, Jody. $2,500 to Boone McCanna and Down the Stretch Ranch to keep their program going. Let's take a look at the horses here, John, for race number 4. And it is a 5.5 furlong sprint. Fraser Landing is on the inside. You know, he was right in there with Upright. Roll Dem Bones won the race recently, but Fraser Landing, that was a pretty good Emerald Downs effort.
Yeah, you look at this field, all 5 of them, of course, come out of the same field because of the conditions, as you mentioned earlier. And he broke a step slowly and was involved in a speed duel, and they were moving pretty good along there. And, you know, he, like you said, ran really well. He does draw the rail again. However, maybe not as much early speed. Goes for a new barn today, probably the horse to catch.
Yeah, he dropped down and ran a big race. Frank Alvarado aboard for trainer Steve Fisher, as so many horses were claimed out of the first Hollywood Harbor event because of the ability to run back in this race for $20,000. That's the purse. And number 2 is Our Bloke, who, tell us about his trip in there. He got a little farther behind than his normal running style.
Yeah, right when the gates opened, he veered in sharply through his head, and the rider had to snatch him up there and lost about 6 lengths. So if, at any distance, 6 lengths is a lot, but at 5.5, you're not going to recover. And this horse, last year when he's running at Emerald Downs, ran some pretty good races. Hasn't done as well this year, but hopefully he'll get out of the gate cleanly today and he can improve. We know he's capable of better efforts.
Indeed, yeah. And apprentice rider Addison Pfeiffer is back aboard. Now, she does have 1 race of experience aboard him, so looking for a little better start there for the Ian Jewell runner, Our Bloke. Upright is number 3, and Upright took the lead in between calls, couldn't hold off Roll Dem Bones late, but right there with the winner, Roll Dem Bones, on June 19th.
You know, he came to Emerald Downs off a win at 4.5, and he's run 2 really good seconds. In both scenarios, he didn't really get the best of trips. Last race, I had him bobbling at the start. It lost him a length and a half. He was kind of stuck inside the whole race, and Roll Them Bones got the jump on him in the stretch, and he ran well for second. Hopefully he can get out of the gate cleanly today and get that nice stalking trip.
Yeah, so far so good, quite good for Upright. Not a win, but he's got 2 seconds in 2 races at this track. Adrian Castellanos already with a couple of victories today as a rider. He's aboard for Jesse Velasquez on the 3. Disco Dancing is the 4 for trainer Howard Gibson. That barn is off to a really fine start this year, and he comes off an unplaced race, of course, in the Roll Them Bones victory.
Yeah, he had been off a long time before his June 6th race, and he ran a good 4th, and he came back in 13 days. I think he just might have bounced a little bit because he had a big gap between his 2 starts there. So he has a right to bounce back. Now, obviously, he's going to have to improve significantly since he was well beaten by these horses. But if he can get a speed duel up front and save some ground, he could probably hit the board at the end.
Blake Nunnally's on the 4, and it'll be his first time aboard Disco Dancing, and that worked for Blake Nunnally aboard Storm Harbor in the previous race, his first time riding her. Rolled Them Bones on the outside. He beat his competition on June 19th, which is just under, well, exactly 2 weeks ago on a Friday night. And can he do it again?
Yeah, we've seen him a lot of races, a lot of seconds and thirds. Of course, he won one of these kind of bonus starter races a couple years ago on a wet track. Last race, he loomed up while 4 wide. He got a good trip. He had a good scenario in front of him, was able to get the win, but he draws outside again. The extra distance won't hurt him. He's clearly the horse to beat.
Roll Them Bones for Joe Toy, and Toy was in charge when Roll Them Bones won the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series a couple of years ago. He is the morning line choice and is right at his morning line odds as we are 8 minutes to post. For Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series event number 2, it's the start of our 50-cent late pick 5.
Horses are on the track for the fourth race tonight. It's the second leg of the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series. Tonight's distance, 5 1/2 furlongs. Claiming event, purse of $20,000 for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be off and running in less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes until post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the fourth. Fourth race tonight. Second leg of the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series. Tonight's distance 5 1/2 furlongs. Fraser Landing heads to the inside spot. First one to go up. Looks like Our Bloke will go on instead. Our Bloke at the gate door. And Our Bloke steps up to the line. Here comes Upright. Steps right in. Now Disco Dancing, one from the outside. Now comes Fraser Landing and Roll Them Bones in the gate. And runners away. Good start for Disco Dancing, one from the outside. Roll Them Bones is quickly up as well, and Fraser Landing moves on at the rail now as they sprint for the far turn. Up right up with the leaders. Our Bloke just back of that will drop back 5 to Disco Dancing, who quickly backed off after a good beginning, less than a half mile away. On for the far turn they go, and Fraser Landing at the inside, just in front of Our Bloke. Up to the outside, Roll Them Bones runs right with them. They're 3 in a line. To the quarter pole they go. Upright is back of that, and Disco Dancing at the tail. They run to the top of the stretch. Fraser Landing, Roll Them Bones from the outside is there to engage, and here comes Roll Them Bones to take him inside the final furlong, 200 yards away, and Roll Them Bones fully extended, opened up by 3, 4, 5, and going away. Roll Them Bones. Fraser Landing was second, Upright was third, Our Bloke followed in Disco Dancing. Time in the race, 1:04 9/100. Attention trainers, if you submitted a claim in the fourth race, contact the claims clerk, please. Trainers, if you submitted a claim in the fourth race, contact the claims clerk, please. Unofficial order of finish on the board first. Number 5, Roll Them Bones. Second was number 1, Fraser Landing. Finishing third was number 3, Upright. Fourth came number 2, Our Bloke. Once again, the running time was 1:04 and 9/100. The fourth race this evening, the second leg of the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series. We're joined in the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle by Jody Peets with the check presentation for the second leg of tonight's Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Roll Dem Bones. He's owned by Bill Jensen, trained by Joe Toy. In the saddle, jockey Silvio Amador. Roll Dem Bones, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Freedom Child from Jamel Springs. She was sired by More Than Ready. Bred in West Virginia by Ray Pennington III. And a look at the prices for the fourth race tonight. Winner number 5, Roll Dem Bones, returns $8.58 to win. $3.52 to place, $2.16 to show. Number 1, Fraser Landing, $2.34 and $2.10. Third, number 3, Upright, $2.10 to show. Winning exacta, $11.59. The rolling double, $8.88. 50-cent trifecta, $7.62. 10-cent super, $5.57. The pick 3, $31.51. Early pick 4 tonight returns $54.27. And race fans, it's time for the Las Margaritas Trainer of the Week award. This week's honor goes to Jesse Velasquez, also known as Rigoberto Velasquez. Pitched a perfect game last week, finishing 3 for 3. Victories by 40 Shades of Tiger, Caviar, Cowboy, and Union Coach. The latter prevailing in the first leg of the Daffodil Suite Sprint Series for older fillies and mares. Tip of the hat to Jesse Velasquez, our Trainer of the Week. The Muckleshoot Casino Owner of the Week goes to Rancho Viejo and Jerry Carmody. They were 2 for 2 last week and currently ranking second in the owner's standings with 5 victories. Congratulations to Rancho Viejo and Jerry Carmody. And ladies and gentlemen, we did have 3 claims in the 4th race tonight. Number 1, Fraser Landing was claimed. The new owner, Michael Messing. The new trainer, Jennifer Nunley. Number 1, Fraser Landing, claimed out of the 4th. Number 3, Upright was claimed. The new owner and trainer, Debbie Van Horn. Number 3, Upright, claimed out of the 4th. Number 5, Roll Them Bones was claimed. The new owner, Michael Radovich. The new trainer, Howie Gibson. Number 5, Roll Them Bones, claimed out of the 4th. Coming up, the 5th race. 5th race tonight, a distance of 5 furlongs. It is the Wally and Bonnie Jenny Firecracker Special. Number 2, In Without Knockin', a change of rider. Maker jockey Blake Nunley. Blake Nunley to ride number 2, In Without Knockin'. Number 5, Avantap's been scratched. Scratch number 5, Avantap. Post time for the 5th race. Coming up at 7:08, 18 minutes until post time. Race fans, a reminder, there's no racing tomorrow, but plan to join us on Sunday, this coming Sunday, for a day of fast horses and crawling babies, racing babies. It's the 2026 Diaper Derby. It's presented by Racing Stats and Info. Post time on Sunday, 1:50. Don't miss the Diaper Derby.
Paddock time for race number 5 at Emerald Downs, our 5th of 8 races on this July 3rd. Thanks for joining us here. We've got some great events coming up, including the Wally and Bonnie Jenny Firecracker Special, remembering Wally and Bonnie Jenny tonight here at Emerald Downs. Decades and decades and decades of involvement and achievement in thoroughbred racing in Washington. Wally passed away a few years ago, and Bonnie passed away just about a year ago exactly. In fact, her family and friends were here on July 3rd last year as her former trainee won so impressively late in the card. Paul Beatty of Eli Sports, who does so much great writing and coverage of Emerald Downs each year, he found some donors to enhance the purse for this race. So another enhanced purse, this for a $2,500 claimer. And Bonnie had a lot of stakes horses, but almost every trainer has a $2,500 claimer at one time or another, John, and they've got a little extra to run for in this purse tonight.
Yeah, it's what keeps our industry growing, other lower level claiming races and horses that we've seen. We're going to see one on Sunday who's 12 years old and been running at those levels, and it's great to see. And you know, Paul writes a really good column, so you should be able to find it online, I'm sure through Emerald site or the Eli Sports site, but he has a great every recap of Emerald Downs every day.
Oh, you bet. EliSports.com. And Paul is here, and thanks so much for remembering Wally and Bonnie Jenny, and as all of us do for so many years. Let's look at the horses for this 5th race as it'll start the late pick 4. Mischievous Emma has the rail for trainer Alejandre. Connie Dahl aboard. Connie's got a couple of mounts tonight.
Yeah, in her last start, she ran a distant 4th. She was a little wide on the turn, not a lot. She does get to save ground in this race, and she also may have needed that race that she'd been off since running in Oregon last year. Now, she's only run at Emerald this one time, and she didn't fare too well. She's going to have to improve, but she does have some races at Energy Downs and at Grants Pass that would give her contention, but she's going to be a big long shot.
5 career wins. Mischievous Emma from the rail. In Without Knockin', note the rider change. Blake Nunnally is aboard the 2. In Without Knockin', trained by Kendra Lyons. And we did see In Without Knockin' for one start here about a month ago, and she did go down to Union and run second.
Yeah, in that race, it was a wet track, and she broke slow from the one hole, and I don't think she handled the surface, proven by she comes off a good second after she shipped to Oregon. Now, she ran some sprints at Turf Paradise back in February there to give her a chance. Maybe that race in Oregon got her pumped up in her confidence, and she can bounce back to one of those efforts.
Yeah, she was on decent form earlier this year, looking to get going again. Sing a Happy Song for trainer Joe Toy, and congratulations to Joe Toy, owner Bill Jensen, trainer and owner, split a nice check of $1,000 for winning that Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series event. Rolled them bones. Won this thing a couple of years ago with Joe Toy as trainer as well. I think Bill Jensen was owner.
Yeah, and he did it the hard way today. He was involved in a 3-4 horse speed duel while wide, and in the stretch he just pulled away. He's super sharp right now. We got to give the Connections credit for claiming him back, because they got back his horse and they got another win.
Yes, indeed. You know, Sing a Happy Song, we saw her last year at Emerald Downs, and she was running better than she is right now. She did have show some good speed in her most recent, just 7 days ago.
Yeah, and in that race she went 21-3, 44 flat after the race before it going 21-4, 44-4. She is super fast early. She did get tired in both, but this is only 5 furlongs. That gives her a big advantage today. She's the horse to catch.
Okay, coming back in a week for trainer Joe Toy, Silvio Amador. Mischievous Emma going to the track early. Number 4 is Bourbon Tiger, and she's certainly capable. The class drop especially makes you give her a second and a third look. Isaiah Enriquez, Frank Lucarelli's top rider, is up.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will look her way. She does have an excuse last time. Last time her stablemate, Bob's Vi, was in the race and drew inside of her, and I think they tried to rate Bourbon Tiger off the pace, and that didn't work. Now she's got an inside horse to deal with, but she can sit right second to the big favorite here, and maybe she'll outfinish her late.
Okay, it's her third start of 2026. Bourbon Tiger. Scratch the 5. My Best Gift is the 6. Not a lot of early speed, going 5 furlongs, but kind of a willing stretch runner.
You know, she's had a bit of a break in her races where she ran third and fourth. She did close, as you mentioned, and if the 3 and the 4 do hook up early, she's going to be the one that might pick them up late.
I like her appearance here in the walking rank. She's snorting and full of vigor, vim, and vinegar. You know what I'm trying to say. My Best Gift looks racy. Alex Anaya up for Shelley Crow. Bacalar on the outside, also trained by Shelley Crow.
Yeah, last race she broke sharply and sat right off of Lulabella, who went wire to wire. She got a little tired, but now she draws outside and she does shorten up to 5 furlongs, which she has a pretty good record at.
Second Emerald Down start could be a time of improvement for her. A field of 6 fillies and mares go to the track for the Wally and Bonnie Jenny Firecracker Special.
Horses are on the track for the 5th race tonight. A distance of 5 furlongs. It's the Wally and Bonnie Jenny Firecracker Special. Claiming event, purse of $10,500. It's for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Note the rider change for number 2, in without knocking. Her pilot now Blake Nunley. And a reminder that number 5, Avantap, has been scratched. Number 6, My Best Gift, has been excused from the post parade. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Also excused from the post parade was number 1, Mischievous Emma. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. It is post time for the 5th race. The Wally and Bonnie Ginny Firecracker Special at 5 furlongs. Field set to load for this one. Mischievous Emma to the inside post. In without knocking up to join that one. My Best Gift, one from the outside, and Bacalar outside post. Bourbon Tiger, middle of the gate. Open slot for Sing a Happy Song. Sing a Happy Song steps right up, and they are in the gate. Activity in the gate, number 2 in without knocking. Little fractious in the gate. Settled back away. Back in line. And runners away. Good start, middle of the pack for Sing a Happy Song, who jumps out after the lead. Bourbon Tiger is right there quickly to pick up the chase on the outside. My Best Gift is now racing third. A length to Mischievous Emma at the rail. Bacalar follows that one. 2 to In Without Knockin'. Around the far turn in less than 3/8 of a mile to go. 21.80 to a sizzling pace out here. And Sing a Happy Song is blazing the trail to the final quarter mile. Bourbon Tiger racing back second as they round the turn and run for home. The name of the game, Come Catch Sing a Happy Song, who takes him inside the final 200 yards. Bourbon Tiger's in pursuit, but there's a lot of daylight between Sing a Happy Song and all the rest. Sing a Happy Song home in front. Bourbon Tiger was second to Mischievous Emma. Bacalar followed My Best Gift and In Without Knocking at the tail. They stopped the clock in 57 and 35 100ths. Your attention, trainer Jorge Rosales. Contact the claims clerk, please. Trainer Jorge Rosales, contact the claims clerk, please. Unofficial order of finish on the board. First, it's number 3, Sing a Happy Song. Second was number 4, Bourbon Tiger. Third came number 1, Mischievous Emma. And fourth, number 7, Bacalar. Running time of the race, 57 and 35 100ths. Results are official. The 5th race tonight was the Wally and Bonnie Ginny Firecracker Special. to the Michelob Ultra winner's circle comes Sing a Happy Song. She's owned by Rage and Rider X, Rusty George Warwick, and Terra Firma Farm. That's 2 wins on the night for trainer Joe Toy. Scored that a riding double for Silvio Amador. Sing a Happy Song, a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Stanford. From Maid to Warship, she was sired by Minister's Wildcat. Bred in California by Tommytown Thoroughbreds, LLC. And a look at the prices for the 5th race winner, number 3, Sing a Happy Song. $274 to win, $210 on the place and show. Number 4, Bourbon Tiger, the runner-up. $284, $222 on the place and show. Number 1, Mischievous Emma, $4.10 to show. The exacta, $2.66. Winning double, $8.94. 50-cent trifecta, $15.56. 10-cent super, $8.16. Winning pick 3, $18.50. And we heard the bell sound. That's a donation from the Connections for the Thoroughbred Aftercare Program. Every time you hear the bell ring in the winner's circle, a donation has been made. And we did have 2 claims in the 5th race tonight. Number 3, Sing a Happy Song, was claimed. The new owner, Don Spillman. The new trainer, Mary Tate. Number 3, Sing a Happy Song, claimed out of the 5th. Number 4, Bourbon Tiger, was claimed. The new owners, Skylar Hunter and Alex Osuna. the new trainer Mary Tate. Number 4, Bourbon Tiger, also claimed out of the 5th race. Turning to the 6th race, a distance of 6 furlongs, a rider will be named for number 2 Above the Ordinary. Number 4, South Bay has been scratched. Scratch number 4, South Bay. Number 9, Cheekwood will carry 2 pounds over. Post time for the 6th race coming up at 7:42, less than 19 minutes until post time. And ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead to the 6th race for number 2 Above the Ordinary, make the jockey Kevin Orozco. Kevin Orozco to ride number 2 Above the Ordinary in the 6th race. In the 7th race, number 1 El Bromista, the rider will be Kevin Krieger. Number 2, Stanford Bay, make the jockey Adrian Castellanos. Adrian Castellanos to ride number 2, Stanford Bay. And for number 5, Elder Mac, make the jockey Silvio Amador. Silvio Amador to ride number 5, Elder Mac, in the 7th race.
Coming up on race number 6 at Emerald Downs, Lucky One Lemonade Purse. Fillies and mares at 6 furlongs. A field of 8. This is the start of the late pick 3. We've got 8 fillies and mares here and 7 top sprinters for 25,000 claiming. And then another good-sized field in the 8th. So a lively pick 3 here. There's number 1, Army Knife, for trainer Doug Carlson, and she came up from Phoenix and has run 2/3 here, John.
And her last third was a pretty nice third. She lost to Kinky Moon, who we're going to see Sunday, who came out of that race and won, and she also lost to Kirk Royale, who had a really troubled trip and also is going to come back Sunday. So a pretty decent third, and she shows 3 works since then. She draws a rail, so she's going to get a nice ground-saving trip, and if things set up for her late, there's no reason she can't win this race. She's one of the main contenders.
Okay, she ran in December. She won in December down at Turf Paradise. She generally comes from a little bit off the pace, but 3rd behind the 2 that you mentioned, also 3rd behind Maximum Sparkle. So, yeah, she fits here from off the pace with Blake Nunnally. Currently at 9-2. Number 2, Above the Ordinary, drops in class after a couple of 4th place finishes. Trip note says she broke a little slowly last time.
Yeah, you look at her form, and when she was at Emerald last year, she had good early speed, wasn't able to win. She went to Turf Paradise off a bit of a break and went wire to wire, and then each of her last 2 races, she hasn't gotten out of the gate cleanly. So she's one of these horses that appears to want to be up in the lead to run her best races. Hopefully she'll break cleanly today, and she might be quick enough to get that lead. I'm not sure if she is, but if she does get the lead, she does run really well.
Okay, and of course, Carlo Lopez not aboard number 2 for Victor Trujillo. We'll get that rider change. You may have already heard that. Number 2 with a rider change. And she's dropping in class, seeking to get on a little better form. Also, generally from off the pace. Number 3 is Booster Club from trainer Mike Puich, and she's going to make her first Emerald Downs start. She's had a number of good 5/8 half-mile workouts for trainer Puich. Pablo Castillo aboard, and a Santa Anita winner last year, but not terrible racing there earlier this year.
Not at all. She ran second in the non-winners of 2 and only her 3rd lifetime start, really only her 2nd dirt start, and then last race was bet down to 5-2 and didn't really contend. It looked like she might have a bit of an issue there because she's been laid up since then, but as you mentioned, she's been working really well. In fact, she worked 5 furlongs back in April, so she's plenty fit here, and she seems like really well placed, and she's a clubhouse ride, and we know clubhouse rides love this surface.
Here she is, Booster Club, first start since February, about 4 months for that 4-year-old Calbred. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is River Elation by Acclamation, a Calbred 3-year-old who faces winners, and she broke her maiden very easily here at Emerald Downs 3 weeks ago, and that was her first start of the year. So, she could have matured and grown up and got better from ages 2 to 3.
Yeah, as a 2-year-old, she made her debut at Emerald, and the Connections thought to try to ship her down to Del Mar to see how she'd do, and didn't fare well in her next 2 starts. But as you also mentioned, she was laid up, and she came out at Emerald Downs about 3.5 weeks ago and just blitzed the field. Now, final time was really slow, and the pace figure was really slow, so she has every right to improve off of it in one sense, but she's going to have to improve to threaten. This is a little tougher company.
Okay, it's a non-winners of 2 conditions, so if you have 1 victory in your career, you're eligible for this race. River Elations came in her most recent start right here at Emerald Downs. Kevin Krieger up tonight for trainer Tim McKenna, the leading barn. Number 6 is Dixie's Delight, who's had 3 starts here this year. She dropped in class after her first start and was much the best. She was favored, came through, almost a 7-length victory. What about her first start against winners?
Yeah, and in that race, she got in a little bit of a speed duel early, but quickly just wasn't quick enough to keep up. Now, Company Girl, who we've seen who was in front of her, is awful fast. This is a little easier Company, and we've seen this pattern before. They run break their maiden, they run against winners the first time, they show speed. Speed's a little quicker. Of course, they get tired, but as they mature and as they race more, they'll deal with it a lot next time. I think if she breaks clean, is a horse to catch here, and if she does run that race one back, as you mentioned, where she won easily, she'd be pretty tough.
Yep, her regular rider's back, Lenny Seacheron, for trainer Blaine Wright. Dixie's Delight, just 2 back, picked up her maiden victory. Number 6, Dixie's Delight, Calbred by Gig Harbor. Number 7 is River Dance. River Dance has been off about 10 months, hasn't raced since last August here at Emerald Downs. Not a lot of early speed from her. Her maiden victory did come at Emerald Downs. That was in 2024. And she's from trainer Scott Freeman. Talia Timontois aboard. She's fresh anyway, John.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, she does not have a lot of early speed. But horses like her, when they make that fresh start, they tend to show a little bit more because they haven't run in a while. Now she's going to, coming off that long layoff and such, she doesn't. Her numbers last year kind of give her a shot to hit the board here, but she does get a weight break, and if she can get a hot pace to run out, maybe she can outrun him in the stretch.
Okay, first off the bench for Scott Freeman, Blue Locket on your screen. She won her career debut here at Emerald Downs in May. She's had a couple races since then and just hasn't really competed all that well. She's back in for the 8,000 tag.
Yeah, in her first start when she won, she raced real greenly and was kind of all over the racetrack and won easily. And in her last 2 starts, she just hasn't, as you mentioned, been able to get into contention. Today, though, she does draw outside, which I think is going to help her because she's maybe just a horse that still has a little learning to do running. And if she's clear and doesn't have horses around her, we'll see if she can bounce back to that maiden win. That maiden win was pretty nice considering the way she was running. We'll see if maybe an outside post helps her.
Alex Cruz up, our 5-time jockey champion. He is aboard for trainer Alan Bozell. And Cheekwood on the outside for Steve Kohler, Silvio Amador. Good second last time out.
Yeah, she's run 2 races to big, heavy favorites, Coconut Dream and Social Status, who won big in both those starts. A little slower races. This is a little tougher company, but she does have decent tactical speed.
A field of 8 to the track for the Lucky One Lemonade Purse.
Horses are on the track for the 6th race tonight, the Lucky One Lemonade Purse at 6 furlongs. It's a claiming event, purse of $11,000 for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Note the rider change for number 2 above the ordinary. Her pilot now Kevin Orozco. And a reminder that number 4 South Bay has been scratched. Scratch number 4 South Bay. Post time in less than 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 6th. There's the view from high above the Emerald Downs drone, giving us that great shot of the starting gate. Backstretch, shoot. The drone piloted by Captain Louis DeFazio, as always, here at Emerald Downs, as we get ready to load for the Lucky One Lemonade Purse at 6 furlongs. Army Knife heads to the mark. Dixie's Delight towards the outside. Now they're joined by Above the Ordinary. River Dance steps right up. Booster Club comes to join them, and Blue Locket, one from the outside. River Elation, middle of the gate. Cheekwood on the outside to get us underway. Now Cheekwood and the 6th. They are in the gate. And runners away. Off in tightly knit fashion towards the inside. Army Knife quick into stride. Dixie's Delight is right there to converge on the lead. River Elation prompted third. To the outside, Cheekwood is next. Then Above the Ordinary with Booster Club together. 2 lengths back of that comes Blue Locket. Span of 3 to River Dance as they race for the far turn. Just over 3/8 of a mile to go. Dixie's Delight strides away to lead it by 2. Along the inside, Army Knife is there. Cheekwood gaining from the outside. There's 2 more. Back to Booster Club with a 1/4 mile to go. On the outside comes Blue Locket. 5 off the beat. They round the turn and head for home. Dixie's Delight just in front now as they head for home. Dixie's Delight. On the inside, Army Knife is there to challenge. Cheekwood on the grandstand side. This one wide open now. And to join them from between horses comes Booster Club late. But it's Army Knife digging in. Army Knife at the inside gets up to win it. Close for second between Booster Club and Dixie's Delight. Then we go back to Cheekwood. Above the Ordinary, further towards the back, Blue Locket. River Dance racing back of that one. And River Elation, they stop the clock in 1:12 and 2/100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board for the 6th race tonight. Finishing first, it was number 1 Army Knife. Second, number 3 Booster Club. Third came number 6 Dixie's Delight. Fourth was number 9 Cheekwood. Once again, the running time, 1:12 and 2/100ths. The 6th race tonight was the Lucky One Lemonade Purse. Results are official. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, Army Knife. She's owned by Doug A. Carlson and Doug C. Carlson, trained by Doug A. Carlson. That's a riding double for jockey Blake Nunley. Army Knife, a 4-year-old bay filly by Lutz Gift from Knife River. She was sired by Smoke Glocken. Bred here in Washington by Horsehaven Creek Farm. Here's a look at the prices for the 6th race. Winner number 1, Army Knife, returns $12.86 on the win ticket. $5.06 to place, $2.80 to show. Number 3, Booster Club, $3.12 and $2.24 on the place and show. Number 6, Dixie's Delight, $2.22 to show. Winning Exacta, $23.64. The Rolling Double, $12.24. 50-cent trifecta, $27.07. 10-cent super, $61.25. Winning pick 3, $37.06. Add the pick 4, paid $116.99. Coming up, the 7th race tonight, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 1, El Bromista, make the jockey Kevin Krieger. For number 2, Stanford Bay, the pilot now Adrian Castellanos. Adrian Castellanos to ride number 2, Stanford Bay. Number 5, Elder Mac, the jockey now Silvio Amador. Post time for the 7th race coming up at 8:16. 22 minutes until post time. And ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 claims in the 6th race tonight. Number 3, Booster Club, was claimed. The new owner, Russell Hulk and David Martinez, the new trainer David Martinez. Number 3, Booster Club, claimed out of the 6th. Number 6, Dixie's Delight was claimed. The new owner, Joe Crawford. The new trainer, Charlie Essex. Number 6, Dixie's Delight, claimed from the 6th race. Fans, don't forget, no racing tomorrow, but join us here on Sunday for a day of fast horses and crawling babies. That's right, it's the 2026 Diaper Derby presented by Racing Stats and Info. Post time Sunday will be 1:50 for race action on that Sunday, including the Diaper Derby.
Coming up on race number 7 at Emerald Downs, getting closer to the fireworks spectacular. Anticipating a great show once again tonight here at Emerald Downs. We've been treated to some great ones since the late 90s, and expecting and predicting a very good show tonight here at Emerald Downs. All right, well, we've got a couple races to go. The top field of the evening is coming up in this Muckleshoot Casino Resort purse at 6 furlongs. And we do have a couple of rider changes. Kevin Krigger's aboard number 1, Adrian Castellanos aboard number 2, and Silvio Amador aboard number 5. There's the 1, El Bromista. And John, I'm thinking some positive thoughts on El Bromista. He raced in early June down at Santa Anita. He ran into the same horse down there twice. Gazan, who's having a pretty good year. Didn't show too much in those grass races, but we can see he ran well here last year.
He ran super well. In fact, in his last 3 starts, he was able to win a race. Then he was a close finisher to Prisoner and Jin Tong, who are both pretty nice sprinters. And then Code Charlie and Pirate Red, who are also really good sprinters. So I think he comes off a couple prep races. He's back on the dirt. He's back on a surface he likes. And he should have a hot pace to run at and get that nice stalking trip on the inside, very similar like the winner of the last race.
Okay, yeah, right. Exactly. The rail has produced a couple of horses staying solid there and winning. El Bromista has 2 career wins. They're both here at Emerald Downs in sprints. 7 out of 8 in the top 3 for Blaine Wright. And note that Kevin Krigger is aboard. Krigger on the 1. Up from Southern Cal. All these runners in here have some very positive attributes for success tonight. Stanford Bay is coming off the bench for trainer Robbie Gilker, but he showed some good sprint ability last year. He ran with Counteract. Counteract is number 4. And he did outrun Counteract in October up there over a fast track.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he showed a lot of talent last year. You look at his form, and he is in the battle right from the start all the way to the finish in all of his races. He has an excellent workout pattern. The connections have put him in a spot where he looks like a main contender. He has good early speed. A lot of positives for him. Will, make his first start at Emerald Downs. Now, he is a speed horse at Hastings, and it's kind of, horses that have speed there do better just because of the tight turns, but you got to respect this horse's gameness.
There he is. He is by Stanford, Cal-bred 7-year-old, and had some success on the synthetic at Golden Gate, but competed very well at Hastings the last couple of years. Off the bench is Stanford Bay with Adrian Castellanos. Number 3, Elegant Boy. Elegant Boy has won 4 of his last 9. That's pretty good. He's won at Turf Paradise, Grants Pass, and recently at Emerald Downs, and we mostly know him around 2 turns.
Yeah, and last race was a much better than looks race, even though he won it. And I say that because on the first turn, he was 4 wide most of that turn, battling for the lead. And then when he got the lead, you weren't going to catch him. That was a big effort by him. And as you've also talked about, he's won sprinting. He's won at 5 furlongs at Grants Pass, and then he won the Grants Pass mile, which is surprisingly run at 1.25 miles. So we know distance isn't an issue. He comes off a nice win, a big effort. We'll see if he can make it back-to-back wins.
Yep, just a good racehorse. Sergio Perez trainee, stepping up in class after that victory. Blake Nunnally rode him to the win on June 20th. A couple of weeks ago, and he is back aboard, and he had a lot of horse that day, as John described. So route to sprint for Elegant Boy, and just a lot of horses around the 3-to-1, 3.5-to-1 range right now. Number 4 is Counteract. Counteract back on opening day just got left at the gate, stumbled at the start, and made a huge move, finished 3rd behind Adios Jojo, who's having a really good season. And then his most recent start for 15,000, a good effort.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that May 2nd race was a huge effort. He was extremely unlikely to, not win that day. And then I think he bounced a little bit. Last race, he caught a wet surface. He had the lead. He just got run down at the wire. He draws in the middle of the field, and he doesn't need the lead at all. In fact, he might be a little better from coming off the pace, but either way, any of his last starts give him an outside chance today.
Yeah, his first year at Emerald Downs, Counteract, claimed out of his last race, now in the barn of Dan Markle. Alex Cruz rides. There's Counteract, BC bred. 3 wins last year. And all 3 of those wins were sprints up at Hastings. Number 5 is Elder Mack, and Silvio Amador is going to ride, and he's well familiar with this son of Lord Nelson, a Kentucky bred, who has had 2 starts at Emerald Downs. And his most recent just competed all the way around. Golden River got him at the end. Golden River is number 7 in here.
Yeah, and in that race, Elder Mack stumbled at the start, lost about a length and a half, rushed up, had the lead, and got a little tired. But the interesting part is he didn't really quit. He had every right to quit, but he didn't. So if he breaks cleanly today, I'm not sure how fast the Canadian horse is inside of him, but he definitely is fast early. If he can get loose on the lead, he had a couple game wins in 2024 when he was loose on the lead. And, of course, last year when he got loose on the lead, he ran 108-4.
Indeed, yeah. So a lot of talent. He looks like his best races are when he is right up close all the way. And that's certainly a possibility for Elder Mack. Finished behind Golden River, and Minor League ran a big race on June 14th as well. Elder Mack comes off that 3rd. Amador back up for Blaine Wright. Smiling Goodbye. He won here. The number 6 horse, Smiling. There's a look at Elder Mack. Chestnut 5-year-old. 6 is Smiling Goodbye. He's a Cal bred. He won here in 2022 and 2023. He's had a lot of starts here, but he hasn't started since last August, so another layoff horse in here.
Yeah, you know, you look at his form last year, he had 1 win in 3 seconds and a 3rd, but he ran some good races. He just kind of ran into some tough horses. What a dude. He ran 2nd to Routing, and then he got a tough loss to Rich Gold, and he's always in contention. Now, this is a little higher company that he faced last year, but he shows a good workout pattern. We know he could probably compete at this level. We'll see what he does going into his 7-year-old year.
Yeah, he's got a couple of wins at 6 furlongs in his 4-win career. Smiling Goodbye from Debbie Peary, Lenny Cicheron aboard. A couple of pretty good 5/8 works from Smiling Goodbye. And outside, Golden River, a Cal-bred 5-year-old trained by Sergio Perez. New to Emerald Downs this year, but fans have got to know him, especially after that last win.
Yeah, last race he sat good, took the lead, and it looked like Minor League was going to outfinish him. He wasn't able to, but he held on. Minor League wasn't able to outfinish Golden River. That was a big win. That outside draw is a plus today, and that last race was a fast time. Real quick, there are a lot of birthdays today, but one of them is A.J. Kamani. He's 8 years old, first time at the racetrack to see the fireworks, and he brought his family with him.
Happy birthday to AJ. And there's a look at Golden River. Frank Alvarado to ride the horse coming off a victory here at Emerald Downs. A field of 7 in the Muckleshoot Casino Resort purse.
Horses are on the track for the 7th race tonight, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. A distance of 6 furlongs, claiming event. Purse is $23,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. Note the rider changes atop number 1 El Bromista, his pilot Kevin Krieger. For number 2, Stanford Bay, the jockey Adrian Castellanos. And for number 5, Elder Mac, Silvio Amador in the pedals. Post time coming up in less than 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 7th. Seventh race, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 furlongs. El Bromista, first one to go up. Stanford Bay, one off the rail. Now comes Elegant Boy and Counteract. Elegant Boy straight in. Counteract steps up. Elder Mac looks it over, waits patiently. Here goes Elder Mac. Two back, smiling goodbye. Golden River, last one. Golden River goes in. All set. And runners away. Stanford Bay stumbled at the start. Out on the front end, it's Elder Mac going after the lead, chased by Golden River from the outside. El Bromista picks up the running now along the rail as they progress up the backstretch. Stanford Bay is right there after a tough beginning. Then Elegant Boy with Counteract from between horses. Smiling Goodbye is next up to the outside. They're tightly knit into the far turn. And Elder Mac on a short lead. On the outside, Golden River is right there. Span of 2 to El Bromista. Racing a patient third at the rail by a length. Counteract is next on the outside, and Elegant Boy. Quarter mile away now as they run to the top of the stretch. Elder Mac at the inside. Golden River on the outside, and they're off the turn together. El Bromista closing at the inside, and in deep stretch they come. Elder Mac on the inside from the outside. Golden River's pressing these two in a driving finish. Elder Mac, Golden River, Elder Mac, the winner by a hard-fought half. Looks like Golden River finishing second. Late surge from Elegant Boy third to Counteract back of that one. Stanford Bay following further back. Running time of the race, a quick minute 9 and 28 100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board. First, it's number 5, Elder Mac. Second was number 7, Golden River. Third came number 3, Elegant Boy. And fourth, number 4, Counteract. Once again, the running time was a minute 9 and 28 100 seconds. Seventh race tonight, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The objection sign appears on the totalizator board. The objection is a trainer's claim of foul. The trainer of number 7, Golden River, has lodged a claim of foul of alleged interference against number 5, Elder Mac, in the stretch run. Please hold all tickets until the results are official. This is one of the views under review by the stewards. Ladies and gentlemen, after viewing the video replays, the stewards have ruled that there be no change made in the order of finish. The objection disallowed. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, Elder Mac, owned by Chappell Alpine Farms LLC, trained by Blaine Wright. That's a riding triple for jockey Silvio Amador. Elder Mac's a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Lord Nelson from Promise to Peg. She was sired by Mineshaft. Bred in Kentucky by Bob Sliger and Rick Rader. And a look at the prices for the 7th race, winner number 5, Elder Mac. $9.38 to win, $4.58 to place, $3.18 to show. Number 7, Golden River, $3.88 to place, $2.64 on the show ticket. Number 3, Elegant Boy, $2.90 to show. Winning exacta, $11.92. Rolling double, $53.24. 50-cent trifecta, $15.39. 10-cent super, $10.43. Winning pick 3, $28.75. Time to head to the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle. Here's Joe Withy.
Thank you, Tom. A lot of fireworks fans here at Emerald Downs as it gets a little toward dusk, but great event out there on the track, the Muckleshoot Casino Purse. Jared Chappell, the winning owner, trainer Blaine Wright, and our leading jockey, Silvio Amador. Silvio, you came here a couple of months early and got fit and got in some barns, and it's all working out pretty well for you. Another great night. Congrats.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you everybody for support me. Thanks, Cody. Thanks, Blaine. Thank really everybody support me at the racetrack. I'm trying to working hard every day because I need to follow my business, my life, because the races is not only business, it's my life. So this is completely hard, but I like it.
That's great. You're smiling. And the stretch there, you just hurted your opponent just a little bit. What did you see there?
A little complicated, but I had a little problem, but I'm trying to figure out everything and follow my line. I'm trying to ride it clearly.
Okay, well, you're doing a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody.
Silvio Amador, a 3-win night tonight, and he's going to ride the 8th race as well. Blaine, it's a fast horse, and you and Silvio kind of hoping to break well and get right out on the lead tonight?
Yeah, he stumbled pretty bad last time, and he had to rush him up. But we didn't do our job last time either. He was going from 5.5 to 6.5 with 1 3/8 work, and you can put that on me. I told Silvio, you ride him as however you want tonight, and I know we survived an inquiry. We're thankful for that. Just getting ready to enjoy the good fireworks show.
You bet. A lot of fans here for that, and he's a fast horse, but he also showed some gameness tonight, too.
He's been a tough horse. He's a tough horse at the barn. Corey gets on him, and he wants to buck him off all the time. Them guys do a great job. They don't get enough credit, and thankful to my owners for sticking in this business. That's what drives our sport, and, you know, just real happy to be here tonight.
Blaine Wright, the winning trainer. Elder Mac is the winning horse in the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the views used by the stewards in their determination that there be no change made in the order of finish. Here you'll see number 5, Elder Mac, does drift out a bit. There's racing in close quarters. However, the stewards deem that number 7, Golden River, had ample opportunity to advance position. Therefore, no change was made in the order of finish, and of course, it is now official. Coming up, 8th and final, the neutral purse at 6 furlongs. Number 2, Bernie's Big Baby. Check that, number 8, it's Grand Salami Time. We'll race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 8, it's Grand Salami Time. Post time for the 8th and final coming up at 8:51, 16 minutes until post time.
Eighth and final race coming up at Emerald Downs on this festive July 3rd. Our tradition here, the fireworks spectacular coming up after the races. Yeah, many of you anticipating that, and we've got a chance for one of these 8 runners here in the 8th race to pick up a first career victory. It's a maiden race. And of course, a maiden race in thoroughbred terms is a horse that has not won a horse race, whether the horse be male or female. A maiden is a non-winner. Too Much Tatum is coming off a 3rd and then a 2nd most recently, so she's a contender in here, John Lindley.
Yeah, in her last start, she veered in, was bumped really hard at the start. It cost her about a length. She was on the inside, then moved 3 wide and ran 2nd to Revelation, who we saw earlier tonight. Revelation didn't fare well, but this, like you said, is a little easier spot. She's dropping down from 10,000 to 5 and does draw the rail, which, you know, helps a little bit, saving some ground. She is going to have to improve, though. Some other horses look a little faster than her, but she's only had 3 starts, and she ran 3rd and then 2nd, and then maybe the next one will be a win. We'll see.
Yep. From the rail, Too Much Tatum for Alexis Silva Martinez. His barn's been clicking right along here in 2026. He has Kevin Orozco aboard. Orozco riding Too Much Tatum. And Orozco has been aboard the last couple. There's number 2, Bernie's Big Baby. Interesting horse in here, and her only race was not good. It was at Santa Anita, however, in a big field, and she just, it looked like it was a tough start. I didn't look at the video, but that was 2.5 months ago.
Yeah, you look at her in that race, she didn't draw much money at all, and you know, she's got some decent breeding, a Stay Thirsty Stallion and a Malice Mare, but didn't show much at all. But the connections kept her in training, brought her up here. Obviously, this is a much easier spot. This barn has shipped in a few from Santa Anita, and we've seen a couple of them run 3rd, so some positivity there. And as you mentioned, the first start might have just been a throw out. The racing form notes that she was climbing early and maybe just didn't like dirt getting kicked back in her face. Hopefully with that experience she'll improve.
Yeah, I mean, going through the whole routine on race day and then the break from the gate, you would have liked to seen a little bit more from her, but nonetheless, she has been through it, and it's an easier spot for start number 2. Alex Cruz up for Bruce Dillenbeck on Bernie's Big Baby. Number 3, Gary's Echo, has had a couple of starts at Emerald Downs this year, and she's been unplaced in both of them. Drops to 5,000 tonight.
Yeah, she's one of 3 in here that are coming out of the race that was the final race on our first stakes day, June 21st. And on that day, I thought the inside of the track was really the place to be, and she was wide. She has an excuse there. The race before was a wet track where she showed speed and got a little tired. So, you know, she's dropping in price. I think she comes off a little better than looks race. She's only had 2 starts this year, and she has a hint of early speed, which is lacking in this race. So I'm going to guess the connections are going to be real aggressive with her, try to get her out on the lead, and if that's the case, she might not get caught.
She's getting a little talking to there from the handler. Just be a good girl. Show your speed out on the track. Gary's Echo for Charles Essex. Kevin Krieger aboard. Number 4 is Pretty Rocks, a 3rd-time starter, and she's in her 2nd time at 5,000.
Yeah, they added blinkers to her last race. She veered in sharply and brushed the side of the gate. It cost her a length, and then she was wide throughout, so it has a legitimate excuse. She came back with a couple of nice works, including the recent work in just under 101. Hopefully she can get out of the gate cleaner and show a little more early speed.
Yeah, those 2 good works are interesting for Pretty Rocks from Alan Bozell. Lenny Seacher on number 5, Circle of Fire. She's outrun quite a few horses in 11 starts this year.
Yeah, and she ran on that stakes day that we talked about, Gary's Echo, and in that race, she had the inside for a lot of the racetrack, so I'm not sure what to make of that effort because that's where you wanted to be. Now, if you go back a couple races, she ran a close 3rd to Janie, and that race would give her a chance.
Circle of Fire from Gary Griner with Silvio Amador. Spicy Rosso, 2nd start off, brief layoff from Santa Anita. Then it was a longer layoff before that. George Maravilla has Blake Nunnally aboard. Nunnally having a good 3rd of July. Gracie K is a first-time starter in here by that good sire Grayson, and Jerry DeCarry had a great career here.
Yeah, nice workout pattern, and this barn has won with first-timers in the past. So the last was They had 2 first-timers win in 2023, so we know they should get him ready. She doesn't start a lot of them, but you got to respect them when they're in.
That's the Rosie Simpkins barn who's going well. Connie Dahl has the mount. It's Grand Salami time, 4th in her most recent, going a mile. So route to sprint and blinkers on for the 8.
Yeah, she comes out of a race where my Varn won big and nobody else threatened her. She showed speed. She cuts back to a sprint. Hopefully she can show that early speed sprinting. She does get a weight break.
My Eliana goes to the track at 3-1 for trainer George Rosales, coming off 2 in the money runs. Route to sprint for her as well. On the track.
Horses are on the track for the 8th race. 8th race, the neutral purse at 6 furlongs. Maiden claiming event, purse of $8,500 for maiden fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Make note that number 8, it's Grand Salami time, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 8. Post time coming up in less than 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 8th. Eighth and final live race tonight. And of course, the fireworks spectacular is still ahead. We estimate that just after 10 o'clock they'll begin that show. Field set to load here for the 8th race, the Neutral Purse, and Too Much Tatum, first one to go up. Circle of Fire now to join that one. Spicy Rosso, Bernie's Big Baby, one off the rail. Now comes Gracie K and Gary Zecco. Pretty Roxas towards the middle. It's Grand Salami Time, one from the outside. My Ileana far outside. Now the 8th. They're in the gate. And runners away. Good start from between horses for Gary Zecco, who surged away, and Spicy Rosso is quickly there to engage as they sprint up the backstretch. It's Grand Salami Time is right there with the leaders. We'll drop back 2. Pretty Rocks is racing 3 off the beat. Circle of Fire in stride with that. My Ileana gaining on the outside. Too Much Tatum's at the rail. Bernie's Big Baby follows second last. And at the tail is Gracie K now. Around the turn they go. Spicy Rosso just in front. My Ileana is right there. Gary Zecco is back in third. Bernie's Big Baby continues on the outside towards the back. They run to the top of the stretch now and head for home. Spicy Rosso, Gary Zecco digs in as they have a final furlong to go. Gaining at the inside, Pretty Rocks is back on deep stretch though. Gary Zecco answering the call, and Gary Zecco pulling away 70 yards to the line. It's Gary's Echo to win it. Close for second between My Ileana. Pretty Rocks is the inside. Circle of Fire and Spicy Rosso back of that. Gracie K further back fourth last. It's Grand Salami Time alongside of Bernie's Big Baby racing second last, and Too Much Tatum at the tail. They stop the clock in a minute 12 and 23 100ths. Your attention, trainer Elodio Madrigal. Contact the claims clerk, please. Trainer Elodio Madrigal. Contact the claims clerk, please. Unofficial order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it was number 3, Gary Zecco. Second was number 9, My Ileana. Finishing third, number 4, Pretty Roxas. And fourth, number 6, Spicy Rosso. Eighth race tonight, the Neutral Purse. Once again, the running time, a minute 12 and 23 100ths. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, Gary Zecco. Owned by Wolbert's One and Done Stable, trained by Charlie Essex, Kevin Krieger on board for the winning ride. Gary Zecco, 3-year-old dark Bear brown filly by Echo Town from Like Nowhere Else. She was sired by Frosted. Gary Zecco, bred in Kentucky by Clarkland Farm, LLC. And a look at the prices here for the 8th race. Winner number 3, Gary Zecco, $8.58 to win, $4.98 to place, $4.04 to show. Number 9, My Eliana, $4.58 to place, $3.66 to show. Number 4, Pretty Rocks is $10.62 on the show ticket. The winning exacta, $15.32. The late double paid $26.63. 50-cent trifecta, $95.75. 10-cent super, $81.92. The pentafecta, worth $2,232.42. Late pick 3 tonight, $93.49. The pick 4, $144.62. The pick 5, $734.81. The 10-cent jackpot pick 6, $404.73. There were no unique winning tickets in the jackpot pick 6. That carryover pool for Sunday now at $2,826.30. Fans, don't forget, no racing tomorrow, but join us on Sunday for a day of fast horses and crawling babies. It's the 2026 Diaper Derby, presented by Racing Stats and Info. Post time Sunday, 1:50. And ladies and gentlemen, there was a claim in that 8th race. Number 7, Gracie K was claimed. The new owners, Julio Ruiz and Elodio Madrigal. The new trainer, Elodio Madrigal. Number 7, Gracie K claimed from the 8th race. Straight ahead, it will be the fireworks spectacular here at Emerald Downs. And it will be the biggest and best show in the history of Emerald Downs. And you're here to watch it happen. Enjoy the rest of your night. For all of us here at Emerald Downs, I'm your track announcer, Tom Harris, wishing you all a great night. Enjoy the fireworks spectacular.